Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, July the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yeah, thank you, guys. It is Canada Day for us, July the 1st. So, yes, you can hear my screen or hear my voice and see my screen. And maybe somebody in YouTube. Thank you very much, Pepe. All right, guys, we're good to go now. Uh, I was sort of amused when I saw this one this morning. TC, which was just getting thumped yesterday, got all the way down to $1.56. Looked like it was going to disappear. And now look at it, up 177%, 35 million shares. If you're going to look for news, I'm sure there is no news whatsoever. It's just 440,000, very, very low float. China stock, trading vehicle. That's basically it. And this Lahai was really ripping, got up to 2, little pullback now, little pullback. And the GEM, JEM, was also an active one. Now, Nike had earnings. I'm sure you must have seen this one, William. I think it was a beat. I don't know about the raise, but I don't know if it was a beat miss or. But at any rate, it is moving down. Well, it is trying to recover a little bit here, and that is Nike, NKE. And the other one that is just a disaster this morning is the Shuttercock. Is that Shutterstock. So yeah, I guess they were going to be merging with Getty, and the UK was looking for more information, so Getty has called it off. Getty is calling it off. So GETY. So let's see. $10. Maybe if it gets over 10, might have a little run in it. Nike is weak because of China. Okay, China sales are weak. Nike, my goodness, though. I mean, a $40 stock now, Nike. So let's take a look at a monthly chart, just out of curiosity. What some of the highs? $140, and this is not reverse split adjusted. $180. Yeah, it looks like 180 might have been the high. Going back to 2011, $180 down to 40. Well, not not overnight, but $40 stock though. Nike. All right, what else? EHGO. This has been an active one. EHGO. Big moves last week and the week before, all the way up to 680. Sold off. Trying to come back a little bit. 200-day moving average though is above it, and now it's falling below the VWAP. DXST is showing up here, guys. DXST. Decent holdings. Decent holdings. China stock. I haven't seen this one. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. Maybe I've seen it, but certainly not in the last little while. 1.22 million in the float. China stock expands their community healthcare network to over 480 operational centers, advancing its vision to build China's AI-enabled healthy aging platform. Okay, there's your news for decent holdings, DXST. The only thing I'm kind of looking at maybe is that Shutterstock bounce if it can get over 10, or if it doesn't do that, Let me just see where it could go. Hmm. Oh, it's a lifetime low. Okay, that's why. This is a lifetime low now for SSTK guys. Lifetime low. Market is mildly negative right now on the SPY anyway. Let's take a look at some of the sectors and see what's happening. Actually, I might as well just even go right to the channel. So right now, let's see now. So it's about 50-50 in terms of these are the sectors we're tracking in this top list window. LXC, communications, the top sector, and the worst performing sector. Wow, the semis getting hit this morning a little bit. SMH getting hit. I don't know why this is sorting on the change from the open, but anyway, you can kind of see the top stock, worst stock in the pre-market. But you have to sort on the change from the close, of course. The up market hasn't opened yet. So at any rate, this is what's happening pre-market. I'll take a look at this channel probably around a little after 10, maybe 10:15 or so, and see if anything is changed. But that is the sector status channel. I was told it's a half day tomorrow. Yesterday, somebody posted the news that it was a half day tomorrow. Well, that was you posting it. Oh, well, I see. I see. I'm not sure. Oh, you're not now. You're not sure if tomorrow's a half day. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, you know what? Pretty simple to. Hmm. Doesn't look like that's the case. It does not look like the case. You said it was a half day tomorrow. I'm seeing Independence Day. That's it, July the 3rd, Friday. But I don't. I do not see a half day. Well, wait a minute. Early market. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Markets will close early on the following days. Thursday. Yeah, you're right. Early. But what does that mean? Probably 1 o'clock Eastern time, July the 2nd. So it is. It is early, but it doesn't quite say early closing days or not. The market opens at, it closes at 1. Okay. So you were right. You were right. It's a half day. All right, what time is it now? 9:22. So let's see else is happening here. How about the HUBC? HUBC. ELAB was active. Yeah, I saw this early. Look at this ELAB up to 189, right back down to 129. Well, I don't know. I'll look at that again. Seems pretty clear. Early market closures, 1 p.m. The markets will close early. The markets, these are the stock markets, not the bond markets. These are the stock. This is the stock market. Early market closures, 1 p.m. The day before Independence Day. So I think we're it's pretty solid there. Okay. There's nothing with the bond market. This is the stock market. Okay. So it's definitely half a day tomorrow. I don't like half days either. QTEX guys, QTEX is a quant play. No, it is not a quant play. It has quantum in the name, but is not a quant play. So QTEX is moving. Although I have to admit, with my daily trend reversals, I'm starting to take earlier trades anyway, so it may not matter. That's kind of all I'm really looking at now. This STK guys is rebelling against 10, and it's underneath. It's right at the VWAP now. All time low. All time low. 121,000 shares available to short at Interactive Broker, so there's not an issue there. The issue could be though, down 31%. If I really had to resolve it was going to keep moving down, I would do it now, so I don't have to don't worry. I don't have to worry about the uptick rule. But I don't have the resolve to do it, so I'm not going to. Yeah, it's pretty wild though. After your July 4th, you got about 2 months before any market holiday. That would be Labor Day. Because I don't think you guys have a holiday in August, do you? I know we do up here, but there should be a one holiday a month, in my opinion. This is an earnings play, guys. Also, General Mills is an earnings play. GIS is an earnings play, and it is up 6%. It's a big float. That's a good move for this stock. GIS is an earnings play. I do not know whether or not William may have already posted the beat misses, the beat raises, or miss whatever. I don't know if GIS looks good though. Buying $3 billion in cost cuts to counter inflation. Okay, $3 billion in cost cuts. How many people losing their jobs? So it was a beat in line. Okay, well it's being rewarded. How's Nike doing now? NKE, how is Nike doing right now? Well, actually, it's gone positive. Nike has actually gone positive now, guys, after being down around $39 pre-market. After hours yesterday was down to 37. So Nike's actually gone mildly positive right now. It's an earnings play. However, if I had my somebody asked me what I really thought of this, I probably think that this is due for a fade, especially if the market, unless the market has, it starts to rip. Okay, guys, we've minute to the 9:30 open. Let's have a great end to this trading day. Kind of the end. I mean, tomorrow's being that half day is kind of a weird one. So can F. Okay, take a look at can F. I know I did see it. I was watching it. It had sort of looking at the 200 or the VWAP. Study meets the primary safety end or endpoint. Okay, so there is that. All right, guys, we are now 9:30 open is upon us. And CANF has a low float, 3.4 million Israeli stock. Well, the VWAP is right here, 524, 524. So it is attempting to get through that. 524 is or 530 or so is the VWAP. That's for the CANF. What did it hit in the pre-market? Up to $7 in the pre-market. Whoops. Well, that's why I'm waiting. CANF. Well, there's the SSTK now. A little bit over 10. It's early though. It is early. I think if it can maintain over 10. I saw this KUST was also, yeah, but look at that. I mean, I got up to $1.51 and then all the way back down to $1.10. Trying to come back a little bit here. Well, down goes DXST after the big pop to 386 and right back down to 189 now. So now GIS, yeah, GIS just absolutely stalled at that 38 level, a little over that 38 level. And now, but again, it's early. All right, TC guys, I don't even know if I can buy this one. I usually lean on Monica to let me know. Are you able to buy this one in Interactive Brokers? Somehow I have a feeling you can't, but it got over the VWAP. Yes, you can. Okay, thank you, Kaz. Okay, early market here. So the Dow or the SPY's down 3.5 points now, and it's sitting right on the VWAP area. Okay, I did see this one in the pre-market. I know I didn't talk about it, but TONX. Let's see, not a lot of volume. That was the issue I thought I saw. Not a lot of volume. Hey guys, just waiting on my trend reversals. I will not get one until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean I'll get one at 9:35, but that's the earliest alert that I can get. Take a look at some of the larger cap. Oh, okay, this is a China Li Auto. This is a China EV, of course, one of the big ones, along with XPEV and Neo or Nio. So this is moving. I don't know why. Well, the news is that the auto June deliveries fall nearly 15%. So that caused it to go down, but it's popping. LI. All right. Now there are a couple of ETFs that just showed up in the reversal scan. A couple of ETFs. Now there's the high. 464 is actually the next high. I know it's an ETF. This is, but what's Bitcoin doing? So Coin, the stock must be up about 1.5%, a little over 1.5%. All right, guys. So I'm at the stock must be down almost 8%. This is a way to short it. I'm not saying to do it, but it's a way to short it. It's showing up in the scan, the reversal scan. Now, this is the one I did not do a couple of days ago, MSTX, and I didn't do it, and it ripped all day long. This is MSTR, of course. Okay, I've got it. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of these that have shown up. Wow, that PSIG. I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room on a weekly chart. The next high looking left is $1.60. It's not that close, but I wish it weren't there. This is his PSIG. And the KUST, it's right at the VWAP. So I'm not in love with that one. And the next high looking left is where 150. It's a little too close for me. Now, this one could another one that's right at the VWAP, EHGO. Hmm. LHAI was halted. Looks like it was halted on the way down. Okay, SSTK is challenging 10 again, guys. Okay, EHGO, the trigger, there's the VWAP right there. There was actually, that's where the trigger is too, at 260. I'm gonna have to put a price alert a little over that and see if it takes it out. And that's the EHGO. Okay, guys, the EHGO is going. It's going. Now, I am looking at, just give me a moment. Got close to 3. Taking some off, okay, in case it can't get through 3. And this is what, again, my daily reversals right there. Just looking at the other ones that showed up, the cheaper ones that showed up. Want to see if there's anything, but the EHGO. Oh, I can take out, put a price alert right around the 3 level. See if it can take that out. If it does, that's going to be. It doesn't. It's going to be. May not happen right away. It may not happen at all today, but okay. The CANF, the CANF, is back to 5 at least after the little drop down to 450. Yeah, it certainly has room. This MSTX again. This is a 2-timer for the for MSTR. Has room. This was the day. This was the yeah. This was 2 days ago. Where it just basically ripped all day long. Look where it closed, right at the high of the day. So CANF, guys, CANF, CANF, CANF. It's not showing up on that other on my reversal scan, but it's over 5 and moving. Okay. Well, again, some of these, especially, I'm still not used to taking these so early, but quick trades. Now, let me see about this BSIG, this 134. No, nothing happening there. Okay, I'm watching the MSTX. I want to see if it can hold 8. I mean, I see Bitcoin is up a little bit, but that's certainly not. Look at the GIS guys. It got down to 3650, and now it's popping over 37. Yeah, CanF. That's a tough one now. I mean, a couple of big topping tails doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. All right, let's see if this MSTX has some legs in it. MSTX, sorry, MSTX has some legs. BMNG. What is this one? This is okay. So BMNR. This is another ETF. A lot of ETFs show up in this daily trend reversal. But I won't take it. I mean, it's too close to 10 for my liking. Okay, the KUST. Well, there's the next high looking left at I just wish it were not there. That's the next high in a daily chart. Right there. You can see it right there. If it can get through that, then the next high is 252. So that would be something. All right, the MSTX guys. I don't. I missed that move 2 days ago when it did this. I watched it all day long. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but okay, I've just taken some off around the 8:30 mark. Again, if you're wondering where I'm getting these are my daily trend reversal scan. Okay, this is the this is the don't repeat version of it. It's telling me the time of the first time of the time of the first alert and the price. And of course, this is what you get if you load it from my homepage. Okay, you get the repeating version. But why I like this is, of course, I can go back and say, well, what happened from that alert? Has it really moved? All right, this is really so. What is there any news on this MSTR? I mean, I know that was at maybe revamping. Sailor says AI-driven black hole diverts capital away from Bitcoin. Well, whatever. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but whatever he said there has certainly helped the stock today. There is one alert from our AI. I can see that. Let's see. Any room for this one? And the answer is for me, no, not enough room. 459. I mean, it's at 437, 430. That's for me, that's too close. So I don't like it. Doesn't mean you. No, the CanF has been very choppy, guys. It's back over 5 again. It's right at the VWAP again. What about NVCT? I know that was a big short yesterday. Let's see, is it bouncing today? The answer is a little bit. Not. I wouldn't call that a lot. A little bit of a bounce. It got hammered down yesterday. There's no volume. Also, right now, there's no volume. 64,000 shares. So really, not much to see right now. Yikes! A big red bar now on the SPY, guys. Big red bar. Wait a minute, or am I right? No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It was stuck. I was stuck. Okay, so through the VWAP. Well, I was looking to short this AMA, but I'm glad I didn't. AMA, this showed up on my scan. It was a short opportunity, but this is, I mean, the stock itself, Matt, is down still 5%. I think I read that, was it Meta or getting rid of 2%, or is that that was Microsoft? Excuse me. Microsoft plans to lay off under. Oh, I guess they're trying to make that a good news. They're planning to lay off under 2.5% of their workforce. See what's happening with Microsoft MSFT. Basically flat, percentage wise, anyway. Okay, I see LHAI halted on the way down, but now it's just resuming. All right, let's take GVH, been a very active one. Let's see what's happening with this one. So this one yesterday got up to 544, closed down here at 480, and it's above the close, of course. Still, and it actually got above the high of yesterday briefly, and pulled all the way back. You know, I'm not sure about in this daily trend reversal. I've the more expensive ones. Not saying not, I'm not going to do them, but they're not quite as interesting as some of the cheaper ones. But here is CNXC. I mean, the next high is certainly far enough away, 25.67. So we're talking almost $2 away. Yeah, I didn't. I guess well, spread is not great right now. I could have got some around the 23.80 level easily. I did not take it, but here's the spread right now. I mean, it's not terrible, and that's for the CNXC. Time is it now? 9:52. Okay. All right, guys. Well, after the little pullback for the MSTX, it's hopefully it's going to resume for me a little bit. It got up to 850. I'm out some, of course, so not too concerned. How about the EHGO? Did it? Yeah, look at that. That was just a quick and dirty one, really. I mean, that was just really that float. All right, I'll have to put a price alert maybe over 24, around 2403 for this CNXC, and see if I want to take that. Gets back over 24. Well, here's some. So here's some that are just ripping here right now. The Evolve EVLV. This is coming from my bouncers toppers. Potential topping plays. A lot of shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers, and the next high looking left is pretty darn close. Only about 7 or 8 cents away, and there's the 200-day moving average also. Okay, got to try it. Got to try it. See if the number one, I mean, the 200-day moving average and the next high is fairly close. I got to try it. Oh, let me get rid of some of these previous price alerts. Yeah, I mean the CANF is well, I guess you call it working. It depends where you took it and where you put your stop and all. Okay, LHAI. Wow, resume, but it's lower now, even lower. Yeah. Okay, ZCMD. This is another one showing up in the scan, and it has room. Yes, it does have some room, guys. I mean, 184, the next high looking left. And the float is, yeah, it's a low. Come on. I keep clicking on it, and okay, the float is very low. 1 million in the float. So the trigger was at $1.20 for the for this ZCMD. And of course, it's got there. That's the high right there, I believe, $1.20. So it's got to take that out again. Whoa, the BMNG took out 10. Not in it. Shoot, that is moving now, and it's got room. Come on, MSTX. I'm just waiting to see if you can get over that 850 level. Okay, EVLV is moving the wrong way for me. I have to figure out if I want to dump it right now or see if it gets a little bit closer to the there's that high right there, and there's the 650. I'm going to give it a little bit more. No, I'm short this. I'm short this one just because of the 200-day moving average and the next high looking left. It may not work, but I'm certainly not going to hang around much longer. All right, MSTX at 850 now. At 850. Yeah, SPY's having a nice comeback from the lows here, 742 up to 745 now. All right, MSTX continues to make a little move here. Got up to a little over. I'm just waiting to see if we can really take out that 50. I mean, there's the next high looking left is 877. Yeah, we'll find something to do. Yes, unusual for sure. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Just keeping an eye on this. I just don't want this EVLV to really go over 650 in a big way. That's all. And I have it thumbnailed. Okay, so if you're wondering, well, how am I keeping track of it? Well, that's how I'm doing it. I have a thumbnail on my one of my other monitors. A thumbnail chart. All right, how's this? I mean, this has got a ton of room. I cannot lose sight of this ZM. Okay, I have to put a price alert around about 124. I'm going to put a price alert for ZCMD around 124. I want to see if it happens later on, because if it does, I mean, it's got a lot of room. 184 is the next highs, would be the next highs on the daily chart. Okay, I may regret it, but I've just got out of my EVLV, out of the short of the EVLV. I mean, it could get stuck a little higher. I may look at it shorting it a little bit higher. Yeah, the BMNG didn't take it. But I'm certainly glad I took the MSDX. Guys, it's 10:04, so time for and we have some promotions on right now for taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So let's take a look at what they are. All right, so we do have two promotional codes, okay? The Barry 30, that'll get you 30% off a premium annual subscription, okay? A premium annual. You can get 30% off a premium annual. If you don't, otherwise, all the other three types of subscriptions, the premium monthly, the standard monthly, or the standard annual, you can get 25% off. And remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you're getting that discount the first month only, okay? So if you have any questions about the way these codes are working, just ask away. And all I ask, though, is if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use whatever the code is on my homepage. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. This is the main room right here. So if you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, this is the this is the main trading room. A lot more action, a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's a little early for me. So Obi opens it up at 6:45. I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. And this room is free also. So YouTube is free, but so is this room right here. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, you can sign up for it right there. Education. So if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, click on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info. So this is a mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription, this is mandatory to do. The Getting Started with Trade Ideas 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay? Not for everybody, but it should give you an idea if it's something you want to try. You can always try this for a month. You don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay? You do pay for the month. Okay. Somebody said, well, do you get the month free? No, you pay for the month, but you can always unsubscribe. And of course, with the promos we got on now, 25% off, it's maybe an ideal time to try. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. Now, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm sharing, including races and scans, etc., and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So here's the large cap gainers is right here. This one is a more volatile race right here. Pulse resumes down here. And as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is the one I talk about all day, the daily trend reversals, okay? That is on my homepage. I have some other scans on my homepage you can take a look at. If you have any questions about any one of these, just ask. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms, so you can ask me questions all day long. Well, I'm glad I got out of the EVLV short. Where did I see it? I was in the bouncers toppers. You know, this is another scan that I've got, but this is just straight up. You know, I thought maybe, you know, the 200-day moving average would hold it, but very strong. Oh, I see. Obi, did you know about this? Why didn't you tell me about this? Extends presence in the Boston market with expanding the multi-year renewal with TD Garden, home of the Bruins and the Celtics, of course. Yeah, this MSTX is doing exactly what it did 2 days ago so far. I mean, it's right at the high now, too. Don't lose sight of this one, guys. It says ZCMD, just in case later on it takes out the 120 because it's got a ton of room to move, okay? Ah, two great ETFs from that scan, guys. Great ones. This is what I'm talking about, okay? MSTX at 793 and the BMNG at 981. Didn't take this one, but of course I took this one. And I think KUSD actually had a decent little run before it pulled back. Yeah, not bad. From 126 to 144. You know, even the CNXC, I mean, and the spread, you know, tightened up a little bit. Even this one is working pretty nicely from that scan. Again, these are daily reversals. The stock that was down yesterday is up today. I mean, there's more to it than that, but that's the gist of it. Or and it could be an ETF. Okay, when I say a stock, okay, a symbol that was up yesterday, down today. That's how you know MSTX down yesterday, up today. Man, well, if you took the BMNG, you've got a little bit of room left, maybe 1055 is the next high. Looking left, I mean, if it can somehow get through that, then you're looking at 1180. Not saying it's getting there, of course. I'm just saying that's the next high looking left. I have to actually now look at, I mean, the MSTX, um, there is the next high looking left at 910. So we're getting close to, you know, if you haven't taken anything off, I'd probably be taking a little bit off. couple of reasons. You've got that 9 hole number, and then you do have that 910. But listen, don't listen to me if that doesn't make sense to you. Okay. I mean, this may not stop it at all. So BMNR, was that an earnings play? A BMNR, Bitmine immersion, Ethereum on Ethereum. Okay, so Ethereum institutional launches as independent nonprofit to bring institutional finance on chain at scale. So what's that got to do with? I know Bitminer is more of a Bitmine immersion is more all about Ethereum, ETH. Probably should have looked at that news, you know. Now, I did say yesterday, that these so-called extended plays, the bouncers toppers. I mean, there's an argument to be made. Just wait for a little pullback and then take it after. I mean, they're very strong. Wait for maybe a little pullback, but put a price alert on a bit of a pullback, and then if it pops back up, take the trade. Here's CTD. Not saying take the trade now. I'm just saying though. I mean, this is strong, and the next, and as long as there's room, and there's not a ton of room. 1936 is the next high looking left. Guys, I mean, again, if you took the MSTX, look, it's might struggle to get through that 9 level. All right. I've taken some more off of that MSDX. I have a feeling that 9 is going to really stall it for a while anyway. Don't have much left. All right, what is this one doing? DXF is just over the whole number, 109. It's right at the VWAP. What sort of room does it have on the weekly chart? That is obviously, well, I think it's too close. If the next time the weekly chart was up here, I'd probably be all over this one, taking some just to see if it would number one, hold a dollar and move somewhat. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with them. I'm going to click on from the toolbar. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar. And then these are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more, get down to the bottom here. It should be more at the top, I think, but sector status. We took a look at this in the pre-market. So communications is still the top sector. It was in the pre-market. It still is the top sector. And if you scroll down, is SMH recovered somewhat? A little bit, not much though. SMH is still the excuse me, worst performing sector right now. Okay, it's recovered a little bit from the pre-market lows, but not much. So that's a way in which you can just quickly see what is the best sector, what's the worst sector, etc. Now you can go into some of these sectors and find out what the top stock is, what the weakest stock is. And what I like to do is let's take a look at, for instance, in energy. 78% are down, 79% are down, 21% are up. What's the best one? PSX. What's the worst one? I mean, nothing startling. I mean, nothing like up, 8%, down 10%. Communications, though. Okay, here's Fox. Okay, 4.3%, but there are some down. Let's take a look and see if there's anything down a lot. I mean, LUMN. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not an earnings play, but for whatever reason, it's counter to what the rest of the sector is doing. So you can here's that GIS. Okay, top one in the consumer staples. What's the worst one? WMT Walmart. I mean, Walmart down 5% for some reason. I don't think it's an earnings play. So yeah, Walmart's down 5%. So again, some of you might look at this and think, wow, that's how I'm going to be using trade ideas. I'm going to go to this channel every day and take a look at this top stock, worst stock, maybe figure out, not, you don't have to look at every single sector and figure out maybe a way to trade them. And that is the sector status channel. Not too many bouncers in this scan today, guys. So if it's not on my homepage yet. If you want it, you can have it. But it's, these are all topping plays. Or did I accidentally? No, I've got them both checked. So anything in orange is a potential short. I mean, that's the idea, something that might be topping out. And anything in powder blue, or blue, is a potential bounce. So you can see actually Oxy bounced nicely from 47.94. Not bad. I mean, it's not a huge bounce. Yeah, I should have kept my eye on the EVLD, but it did get through the 200-day. It got through the VWAP. It got through that high. So yes, it did drop 20 cents, but might be a little tough to predict what it was going to do or when it was going to do it. Well, of course, with the market doing this, a lot of stocks are just following along what the market's doing. Okay. Boy, I mean, another one you'd think, is it coming into resistance right now? 4061 is the next high looking left. Is that going to be resistance? Okay, guys, so it is Wednesday. So now I'm not 100% sure that Dan is going to be doing his thing, based on the fact that it's kind of a short week. He may be taking it off, but I'll try to find out. Well, I will try to, I'll try to find out when I'm talking about doing his thing. Wednesdays between 12 and 1, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, for the last, several months anyway. And for most Wednesdays, he has started his own YouTube stream, and it's an opportunity to ask questions of the CEO of Trade Ideas. He'll probably be demonstrating the AI if he's going to be doing it today. Well, I mean, some of these things just look ripe for shorting, but I mean, it's hard. I mean, right now, these are just okay. This was a super active one yesterday, the LGCL. What is it doing? You see what it did yesterday? It got up to the 200-day moving average. It's still just a bit below yesterday's close. Yeah. Well, you don't have to watch it. Just put a price alert on it, Faith. Don't have to watch it. Just put, well, what happened to my price? There it is. Yeah, just put a price alert, maybe, I don't know, 123 or so. Just put a price alert. You don't have to watch it. Man, there are a lot of stocks that are just showing up in the toppers, but they're not topping out really. They're just, I mean, at some point you would think yes, but I mean, everything in this orange is, the idea a potential short, but market just barely went positive. It was, well, it's hovering right around yesterday's close. Hmm. Now, is this an Suja Life? Okay, the volume is pretty light, guys. I know it's showing up on my scan, but there's a lot of. I mean, I mean, look, if you took it right now at 1025 and it got close to 1080, that'd be great. But I don't even. I think the spread is probably horrible. So yes, it's a reversal play, but I mean, is this really the spread? 1023, 1080. So it's terrible. So forget about it. Yeah, I saw that you did that in the pre-market trading, Ram. I don't. You must have Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, one of those three. Ah, now I'm not sure I could have done it, but there actually were shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, though I'm not sure I could have done it. They may not have let me, but there are 4,000 shares available. Now I don't know if they're available in the pre-market, but look how that MSTX really stalled at that 9 level, guys. All right, well, let's take a look at this race right here. See if there's anything interesting in this one. Well, let's see TC. What's happening with the TC? Okay, it's still up 125%. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm going to go over this race right here, both races, but this one in detail, and then I'll show you what the differences are in these two races. And I'm putting the link to my homepage in just so I can show you in the guide. Everything I'm going to talk about is in the guide. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you get to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. And right there is there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay. So everything I'm going to talk about is in here. Oh boy, that would have been a nice short. Eventually, and it turned out to be a very nice. I didn't take it up there, unfortunately, but the EVLV, 670 down to 640, nice 30-cent move for a $6 stock. Great percentage move. So the race. So I'm running 4-minute races. You can run whatever time duration you want. I happen to have picked on 4 minutes a long time ago. You don't have to do the same thing. This race is available on my homepage, though, but you can always adjust it. And so, that's interesting. I have to check this out, see if there's been a bit of a change now in the racing. The reason I say that is usually it takes 30 seconds. Just give me a moment. I want to see what happens here. Hmm. They may have, okay, what I was normally it takes 30 seconds before you see any percentage moves. But I'm noticing now that you are getting the percentage moves almost right from the beginning of the race, which is better, of course. But anyway, what does this 3.75% mean for the GVH? It means that since the race started, this has moved the most percentage wise. So if you see, and here's the ASTC, it's in the top position at 2%. So what you do is you obviously click on anything that's leading a race, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up for you. Maybe it was coming one of these ones that came into the VWAP, kind of like this, and is bouncing off it. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like. Maybe it came into that, or maybe it's breaking out. It's a high of the day, but it's breaking out. There's all sorts of ways to trade. But here's the DXF. We looked at that. What didn't I like about this? There was something I didn't like. Oh, yeah, that 123. But anyway, so if you see anything leading a race, of course, click on it, see what's happening. But again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. If it's moving up or anything in this list, click on it, see what's happening. Here's another one, that cheap one, PNBK. Whoops. See, it's all you can see how, obviously a jockey. I mean, as the race progresses, I want to try to click on that PNBK. There you go, PNBK. Let's see what's happening with it. Just over $1. What sort of room does it have? Not a lot. Nothing really. $1.13 is the next high on a weekly chart. Not enough room for me. So again, you see anything in the race, you don't have to wait for it to be over. Click on it. You see anything that's won a race before, and that's what the number beside the symbol means. That means that CanF won 6 races. Okay. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day is generated for you automatically. So anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Now, what I hate to see what, wow. Oh. So the Z dot now is over 50. Crazy, crazy trader, guys. I mean, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, they call it 5 weeks ago, 4.5 weeks ago, this was a $2.50 stock at $55 now. So again, anything that want to race, click on it, see what's happening. It might be setting up for you. And you can see the last winner in this race was QTEX. Let's take a look at QTEX, see what's happening. Yeah, I mean, next high looking left is 228. So there is a little, but look at the daily chart, 182. So for me, it's just not tradable. 182 and then 199. Those two highs right there prevent me from taking the trade the way I trade. Now, the way you trade might be very different. You might not. You might look at that and go, I don't care, and that's fine. So that's the idea of the race. Okay. So you're seeing all these stocks in here, but why are you seeing those stocks? So if I right click in the body of the race and one of the options is open top list. All races start from a top list window. So this is the top list window that is generating these symbols. But again, why are they in here? I right click on configure and the summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it will show up in this list of stocks. Now, there will be other stocks that meet the requirements, but what I've done is I've topped it out at the top 50 in terms of the change from yesterday's close. That's why I'm only seeing 50 stocks here. That's fine for me. So that's interesting. It's very interesting. There's no mega mover. Usually there's a stock that's up like 100% or 200%. There's no mega mover. Not sure that's right. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. So what I've done here is I've sorted on the C%, which is the change from yesterday's close. Okay. And that's how a top list window can still be used. Show me the stocks up the most today based on your filters, your price range you like, minimum volume, things like that. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort. You can sort, and you'll get a ranking list of stocks. If I want to sort on the ones that has moved the most since its opening trade of the day, this is 24% for L. This is the change from the open. So remember, its opening trade, it has moved 23%, and that's the LGCL. So while it's only up 4.9% from yesterday's close, but from its opening trade of the day, it has moved the most. This is a bit of a strange day, guys. Normally we see some like real flyers in here, up 100%, 200%, 300%. This is a bit of a strange day. So what the race does, it doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what is moving the most in this list of stocks percentage-wise. So I don't even know where that is. GVH. Now, you'll probably see these stocks, the ones that are, up here, you'll probably see them all day long because these are the very active stocks, and traders around the world are following them. But that doesn't mean that some stock down here, like the EVTL, it's a $1.87 stock. It's only up 7%. But what if all of a sudden it was up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you know? Well, the race does that for you. Ooh, in fact, this MNTN, where is that one? Doesn't really matter where it is. There it is. I mean, it's up 10%, but it could be just starting to move. And it's over the whole number. So hopefully it's making sense, because if I right click in this top list window, look at one of the options is launch the real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race based on those parameters. You can take my race and you can adjust the parameters if you want. This is looking good. This MNTN, guys. Yeah, so I mean, you can take my race and you can adjust the parameters if you want. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want more volume, less volume. Maybe if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add a filter that you like. You can do all that. In fact, I'll show you how you don't have to start a top list from scratch. You can just take either one of these two races and make the adjustments and then launch the race based on your set of parameters. You can also do things like maybe you've got a watch list of stocks that you like to follow every day. Maybe you've got a basket of stocks, 20 to 30, whatever that number. I mean, it should be a big enough number because you don't want to have like two stocks. But let's just say, for argument's sake, you've got a basket of stocks, 20 to 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. So what you do is you create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and then you attach it to the top list window. So it's only looking at those stocks, and then you launch a race based on those stocks. Or maybe it's a different group of stocks. Maybe in the evening you do some work and you look at the stocks that, for whatever reason, you want to follow them the next day, and you create your symbol list, your watch list based on those stocks. And again, you attach it to the top list window and launch the race based on those stocks. All sorts of different ways and how you can look at the stocks you want to follow, or just have stocks meeting all your filter requirements. So this race, very different. First of all, rarely will you not. Okay, you can see some stocks moving. Here's 4%. Okay, a pretty big move. It's only 9 cents, but you can get some pretty big percentage moves here. Whereas here, sometimes you'll get stocks moving 1% in this race. It's not common, but you can get that. But you'll almost never get stocks moving 5 or 10%. So this is I call it more stable race. It generates a top 10 list for you also. But let's take a look at this one and see what the top list looks like. Now it's interesting because if you were here yesterday in this top list one, even though the market was moving higher, there were only about 3 or 4 stocks when I did this. I mean, there's less stocks here than there are here, but it's actually a pretty full list. It's the same idea. 60% change from the close. So DNA has moved 11%, and it's also moved 11% from its opening trade of the day. Now, this is not a static list of stocks. In other words, what happens is stocks will come in and out of this list. They will do that here, but more so in here. And the reason being is this. If I right click and click on the configure, this is what I'm looking for in this list. Stocks between 10 and 70, 200,000 shares have traded, minimum up 2% from yesterday's close. Market cap has to be at least half a billion, and the float has to be at least 50 million. This is the one, though, that prevents probably the majority of more stocks from showing up. The position in the day's range, 95. What that means is if I put 100 in there, that would mean the stock is literally at the high of the day. So if at 95, these are stocks going to be near the high of the day. That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be what you're looking for, but that's what I'm looking for in this race. So what happens is, and I think this shrunk already. You see how it's shrinking already? That's because stocks are not the stocks that were here before are not now meeting the filter requirements. So this is not a static list. This is a dynamically changing list all day long, as is this one, but this is a little more dramatic. Okay, and again, you can create your own top list window from scratch if you want to, or you could do something like this. Before I do that, I want to click on some of these ones. The same principle. You see something at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. Anything that's won a race before. Let's take a look at you too. See if it's making any sense to take the trade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this race just because I don't want to stop the race. Now, the other thing is that if you load the race from my homepage, The race will start at 9:30 Eastern time. If you look, and I'll explain this. Okay, first of all, let me stop the race. I'm going to stop the race by click. Or first of all, I can click on the gear. Okay, that gear right there. And here's a quick way. For instance, if I didn't like the price range that I've got, you might want to change the price range. Maybe you want to change the minimum volume if that's what you want to do. And then if you click on advanced, here's how you can add more filters if you want. Here's the change from the close that I've got. If you didn't like that or want to, make any adjustments here, or you can add filters that you might like to that list. You do a search, maybe you, I don't know, look at volume, the volume in 1 minute, volume in 5 minutes, maybe you want to add that volume in 10 minutes. Maybe you want to add that. Obviously, you have to have some trading experience or understanding how to use the program a little bit, but these are all just some filters. So you can take my race and adjust it to your style, and then the race gets launched on that. Now the other thing is, once the race is stopped, like it is, and you can see it's stopped, it's in red. If I right click on the body, show the race setup. So here's how you can adjust how long you want your race to run. I'm running 4-minute races. You don't have to run 4-minute races. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, you can do it. And this is what I was talking about here. Notice I've got this checked, auto start on load now. If you load it from my homepage, it's going to say auto start at time, because before, when I was running these races, I wanted them to start at the 9:30 open. So that was checked, and that's what happens if you load it. You don't, but you can always say, you know what, because that's why you're seeing a lot. This is all based on when I loaded trade ideas. I can't remember what time. My time might have been 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so auto start and load. That's what it'll do. So when you load trade ideas, your race will start. You can keep it there if you just want the race to start at the market open. But if you put auto start on load, this will work in the pre-market, during market hours, and also in the post-market if you want. Okay, up to you. Now the other thing to remember is that if you were to load my race right now from my homepage, and you might say, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not seeing this top 10 list? That's because your race, it's right now, it's 10:46 a.m. Eastern time. That's when your race starts, and that's when you will start to build your own top 10 list. Okay, so don't think you've done something wrong. And that's with any of my scans, the trend reversal. You will only see the last probably short opportunity, which is yellow, and the last blue long opportunity. You're not going to see all the original ones. So if there are any questions, and again, why I think this is an interesting way to look at trade ideas is that because of this top 10 list that is automatically generated for you. So for those of you, even if you're, a seasoned veteran, it's an interesting idea, with your own race or using mine, that it creates the top 10 list for you of stocks that you can follow all day long. It automatically generates it for you. If you're new to trading, this is pretty good. And in fact, if I were new to trading though, I would probably look at this race more than this one. This is wild. This can be a very volatile race. This is not. I'm not saying this is not doesn't have its ups and downs, but it's a lot less volatile than the stocks that you're seeing here, because I've got that minimum market cap, 500 million, minimum float of 50 million, whereas those filters are not here. Well, starting to get some short on now. Is this another? God, we've got a lot of these ETFs in that scan in the reversal scan. I mean, it's another ETF. I don't mind now though. I used to say I don't want them, but these are of course ETFs for specific stocks. So here's but I don't love it. I mean, I don't like that spread 83.20. It's not trading very much. So, just because it's coming into that scan that I do really, really like, doesn't mean I'm just going to automatically take everything that comes in there. As to you, Hermes, sorry, Hermes. But that EVLV was turned out that would have been an awesome short. All right, now we're starting to see a little bit of difference. Okay, we're starting to see, these are all stocks that are potential bounce plays. So take a look at the BW. These are potential bounce plays. If it's in blue, you can see right there a little bit of a bounce. But my idea, though, really is these are weak stocks, and maybe they're going to bounce. But then, after the little bounce is over, a continuation down. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. It wasn't, this scan was not designed like that. Exactly. It was designed, to take bounce plays. I'm not saying don't do it, but we're looking for stocks that are eventually, maybe in theory a little oversold. Well, it's not working. Okay, let me try it. It's supposed to be working. It's supposed to be active today, but let me just try it. I think it was active for today. Hmm. Just give me a moment. Tomorrow. Son of a gun. Okay, sorry, guy. Well, then wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, if you, hey, I'm sorry. I thought it was. I saw the email that came out and last night, and I just assumed it would be for today. Okay, so you have to wait till tomorrow to come in the morning. It'll be active for tomorrow. Okay, sorry about that. I mean, if you have to take out a subscription today, you can use Barry 15, of course, but yeah, the email usually. I mean, they usually. Well, I don't know when it expires. I mean, it'll be next week sometime, I guess, but I should have made it active for today. All right, guys. Well, there's the NWSA. I mean, again, another one that in theory, is a topping play. But I mean, it is just. I mean, I don't know what. I'm not sure why this one. I mean, this is a news core, news core. Yeah. Volatility halt. PCLA. It's halted. It says. Well, it says volatility. So yeah, volatility halt. That's what it is. You can just see right there. Once you have this program, Juan, you probably should take it to, well, I think you said you're going to be taking it when the special comes, so that'll be tomorrow. You can have all the stuff that you can see here. So this is core weave, right? Or yeah, this is core weave or crowd weave. Core weave. Okay, so core weave is down 7% and moving down, and this is the ETF for it. Not to buy it, to short it. Let's see. I'm just looking to see if it holds underneath 23. And that showed up in the scan. I want to see if it holds under 23. Good volume, not bad. 1.8 million. All right, guys. I'm looking to take this short, CRWG. Okay, as long as it probably get out if it gets back up over 23, but I'm going to take this short right. Well, I was going to take it. Spread is a little like I'm trying to get the midpoint fill in Interactive Brokers, but okay. Well, let's see if this starts working now. This is the CR. Obviously the original alert was at 23.28. I didn't take it there. That's what I want to see over and over again. Not that I've got my price alert set, but don't lose sight of the ZCMD later on. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's still hanging over the VWAP. The only issue is this with it really. There's not a lot of volume. I mean, it's 4.7 times normal. That's 354,000 shares. It should be trading in the millions. Seriously. I mean, if it's but that's why you need some volume to come in and really pop it. Just give me a moment. Guys, keep an eye. This is now look. This is not going to be easy. I mean, this is one of these blank check companies. Um, the CCXI. What did it get to this week? Well, it got up to 1971. It's had a big 2 weeks. Okay. Why I say this is that this is a one from our AI, and it's a on a reentry. But you've got to be you can't you got to be careful on it. So the CRWG, it was just a brief one, guys. I mean, there's nothing. I'm not seeing anything that's sustaining itself. Did okay on it, but nothing great. Yeah, this might be just too tough. I mean, it's way too choppy. What did it get you today? It got up to 1964. Is that the high right there? 1962. Yeah. So that was the high. They came out yesterday and said we are surging on a $2.5 billion merger with Agility Robotics. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can we believe this? Agility makes digit humanoid robots with over $300 million in orders. Really? Yeah, I'm not touching it. Now, I don't have any more of the MSTX left, guys, but it is, making that little challenge at 9 again. Is it really? Well, you're not going to see S dot here now because it's over. I think my max range is $50. That's why you saw it earlier. Yeah, 1 in 50. So you're not going to see S dot anymore in here as long as it maintains over just amazing run. through the 200-day moving average, 652,000 shares in the float. What setting is that, Juan? No, 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 no. That's got nothing to do with whether it's overextended or not. That I just put a price. All I did was I said there's a price range. So my price range in here is 1 to 50. So I mean, obviously, S dot is at 68. So it's got nothing to do with whether a stock is overextended or not. It's just outside the range right now. Now, I mean, this one is the sort of, in theory, overextended either on the way down or on the way up. In theory, okay, this is the bouncers toppers. All right, guys, 11:05. I just wanted to see if I get some kind of a confirmation that Dan is going to be in our YouTube room. For the cusp, right now, for me, it's just too choppy. I mean, and the next high, I would have to take out to see what it did. It got almost to that next high, 150. It would have to take out 150. I mean, if it took out 150, then the next high is 253. So I'm not interested. I think I had to put a price alert there. So it doesn't interest me right now. But that's why the ZCMD really interests me if it can get over that 120 on some volume. Because when you look left, look at all the room it's got, 182. Now, Cust is on the move here. I mean, it's on the move. And, I mean, it's right at that high. But for me, it would be, I mean, to me right now, it's a little too extended. The best thing that could happen for me, now, if you're in this one now, great, is for it to pull back a little bit, maybe base, and then pop through that 150 again. But right now, I would feel like I'm just kind of chasing it. I mean, look, it may just keep running like it is, but now when you look left, sure, it's got a ton of room. Do I think UXI can run? Well, let's see. Well, the same thing. I mean, look at when you look left, I see 205, I see 212, I see 214, I see 216. So you've got all these little areas where it could stall. It could stall. You know, I'm not saying it's going to stall, but I mean, it's already had a tremendous run. So what did it start at 150? But you know, these are all the areas where it could stall. But don't let me stop you, okay? If you think it's going to run, you know, go for it. But I mean, that's what I see. Yeah, you know, I liked this one earlier, but I didn't like the spread, and now the spread is tightened up. The CNXC, it showed up on that in that scan at 2367. I just didn't like the spread. The spread is tightened up now, though, you know, but earlier on, I mean, now it's looking excellent and it's got room. Still has a little bit of room, 2558. But I'm not going to take it now. Unfortunately, wish the spread had been better when I first saw it. Oh, but okay, but I hope that it doesn't run any more than Faith because I really, so I don't really like. No, look at the MSTX guys. I'm not in it anymore, but it's just popped over 9, and certainly on a weekly chart. Anyway, it's got room. On the daily chart, though, 910 is the next high. I mean, if it takes out 910, if it takes out 910, then the next time the daily chart is 1090. Remember, this is a two time for MSTR. ETF designed specifically for MSTR. Now, is this another one? Geez, another one, another ETF. This is for, well, Bitcoin anyway. Not a lot of volume. What's the spread like? Not terrible. Next high is 534. Not bad. I wish the volume was a lot better though. You see, this one has a lot more volume, okay? 13 million shares. This also showed up on that scan. 446. Ooh. The ETFs in here. It's the ETFs that are really, really excellent, seems. Man, it's still got a little bit of room to 540. It just didn't show up. But let's take a look at the MSTX. I mean, it's got 6.9 million share volume, so I mean, it's certainly plenty. And the spread has always been a penny. The MSTU did not show up in that scan, so but you're right, a lot more volume. It's on the BATS exchange, kind of interesting and cheaper, but it did not show up on that scan. One of the reasons it didn't. I know why. I think I know why. Nope, I don't know why. I did put my minimum price to 1. No, I do have it. Actually, well, I know if you load it from my scan, if you load it from my homepage, but I actually did make the the adjustment. I went to configure all, edit the selected. So now I am at 1, okay? You don't have to do the same thing, of course. Um, but why wouldn't it show up? Let me just see. STU, maybe the relative volume. Yeah, that's why it wouldn't show up. My relative volume minimum is 3, okay? And you can see right there, MSTU is only 2.7. So that's why it wouldn't show up. But I'm happy enough with the MSDX. I mean, I had plenty of volume, and it's all about the spread too. So I do see that Bitcoin is finally having a little bit of a surge too. So that's got to be helping the MSDX and also the CONL. Bitcoin's up 1,100 right now, just slightly under 60,000. Okay, I just had a confirmation. Dan is definitely going to be doing his thing at noon Eastern time. He's going to start his own YouTube stream. Okay, noon. Usually he starts around 5 to noon. And when Pepe gives me the link, I'll put the link in. And that's for those of you in YouTube also, because he's not taking over my stream. But YouTube is dead. I don't even know why I bother. I'll be honest. I mean, YouTube is just absolutely dead. I mean, there's no. Okay, I'm interested in this CONL, guys. The longer it holds over 5, it does have some room. Got the room to 624 on the weekly anyway, and 550 or so on the daily. So it has some room. As long as Bitcoin is still fairly strong, it should move. I'm seeing the MSTX is just hanging around the 9 level. Now, interestingly, you see, there's how see. I had the alert for this one at 446, and the relative volume was 5. Okay, at the time of the alert. Look at the relative volume now. I mean, it's dropped, and that's because well, it's interesting. The volume looks still pretty good, but according to our relative volume right now, it is only 1.7. So, but when we had the alert, it was 5, and that's why it was showing up in this scan. Relative volume is a moving target all day long. Because remember, it is time sensitive. So in other words, it's 1.72 right now. The relative volume is 1.72 up to this time of day, 11:18 a.m. Eastern time. Well, that is another one, but I didn't like it because the volume is so low. I mean, the volume is so low. I mean, it's sort of the same as I mean, it's the same as coin in terms of, but they're both fairly low. Actually, no. I mean, it's at least the CONL has it. Well, I'm wrong, completely wrong. I mean, that's got 14 million shares. So the other one, COIG, It's only like 155,000 shares. I know it's showing up there, but RGNX up 8% by Amen. Take a look at RGNX. It's been an active stock. Yeah, well, 10% now. Wouldn't be showing up in most of my scans because the relative volume is a little bit light. Now, we don't often get a stock of $43 stock in this particular race, guys. BOT, what's the, yeah, 9.6 million in the float. So pretty low float. I see this was an IPO, I guess, last month or a symbol name change. I think it was an IPO. I think it was actually an IPO last month. We're looking at it, I think, not last month, but the month before, sorry, like in May. All right, little bit of a pop here for the MSTX over 9 now. I'm I'm interested in the CONL. Here, guys, CONL on the move. Bitcoin. If you're going to, my guess is that we really should be watching Bitcoin. So we had a little. This is the Bitcoin ETF. Oh, I see. You mean pull back underneath 150 and maybe now moving? Yeah, it's possible. Boy, ETFs. I should go to the ETF channel. I mean, or the two-time channel and see if there's. I want to see this. I mean, these company-specific ETFs are pretty cool. I mean, they've been around for a while, I know, but so we do have now. I don't think the problem is we probably don't have them all in here, but here are the two-time ETFs. Well, here's the CONL. See if the MSTX is here. I don't see it. I didn't get the new AI. What do you mean by that, RC Bremen? What do you mean by that exactly? I didn't get the new AI. Oh, you mean this one, the AI assistant? You mean that? Okay, it's not available yet. Okay, it's not available yet. I'm sure Dan is going to talk at length about it. Okay, so if you want to hang around for another at least half an hour or so, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to start his YouTube stream. It's not available yet. You'll have to. I'm sure he's going to shed a little more light on when it should be available. It's still in sort of test mode. It is pretty cool. I have to say, it is pretty cool. Especially, well, could you do that before with the Chat GPT that you guys still have? I think you guys still have the Chat GPT up here. Could you actually speak into a mic and get do it? I mean, I think that I like the idea of being able to just speak into the mic and telling our AI what we're looking for. But even if you can't, you can still type it in. But I'm sure he's going to go over this again. Well, then that calendar is wrong because that calendar definitely says it's closed for half a day or after half a day. Let me look at it again. Market holidays 2026. Okay, so read all. Early market closures, 1 p.m. Early market closes the day before July, on Thursday. I don't know, unless this is wrong. Usually pretty, I'm looking at market holidays 2026. Early market closings, 1 p.m. Thursday. Close for 9 full holidays and have 3 early closing days: Independence Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas Eve. I don't know what to say. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I'm looking at the economic or the market calendar. U.S. stock markets. Well, I'm not going to say Gemini's lying, but I mean it's I don't know what we are, but it can make mistakes. Well, that doesn't say bonds though. That said market. That said the stock market. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, give me a moment. Time is it now? 11:27. 9. Well, I'm going to do it right in front of you guys. Okay, is the U.S. stock market closed tomorrow at 1 o'clock, July the 3rd?
Yes, the US stock market, NYSE and NASDAQ, is completely closed all day tomorrow, Friday, July 3rd. It will not be open at all.
Okay,
So
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not what I asked. Just give me a moment. I know July 2nd. I know that's not what I asked. I made a mistake when I asked the question. Well,
and
right.
YSE
Gemini
and
is saying it's
NASDAQ.
not closed, but it is. It's interesting because that the calendar is usually pretty darn good. Well, I don't know. Can't read it. I can't read it, Obi. It did say something about if Independence Day falls on Wednesday or a Thursday or something, then you get that half day off. But anyway, well, you know what? Well, it's interesting. Then that economic calendar, that calling it an economic calendar, that calendar is wrong. Then okay. That's pretty bad. I mean, this is, I mean, look, we're in 2026, right? Okay. New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ, early market closures the day before Thursday, July 2nd. I mean, that's pretty bad then. This is nothing to a Gemini. This is just doing a search on market holidays 2026. Well, I'm happy then because I hate it. That well, I don't hate it, but I mean, I don't like the half days at all. Okay. Oops, I think I just deleted the room, guys. Just give me a moment. I think I just deleted the room accidentally. So give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I accidentally shut down the room. So anyway, back to the two-time ETFs. So this is a race based on it. These are two-time ETFs. For here's Palantir as an example, PTIR, not these again, not the stock, but the two-time ETF. So that means that Palantir, the stock, is up almost 9%, not quite 9%. So again, that is the two-time ETF channel, guys. Two-time ETFs. Is there every single one in here? Probably not. There's so many now. I don't know who updates this, to be honest. Here's the Reddit. See the volume. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pop this one out just out of curiosity. Duplicate into a free floating window. So here's how you can go into a channel and take out anything you might like. Okay. And you just right click, duplicate into free floating window, and it'll pop. And now that's what I did for this one. Okay. Free floating window. And then what I can do is also and go to the configure now, because these are the symbols and volume. Okay. Half of that. But here's how you can take it and customize it to a price range or minimum volume, etc., that you want. I'll give this because I want to look at it later. Oops, I want to do this. No, I don't want to do that. Anyway, that is the that's what you can do. Go to any channel you want, and you can take a look at anything within a channel. You can pop it out if you want to, so you don't have to so you don't have to stay in the channel. It's not flying. It's not in here. I know. Well, let's take a look. I want to see where it is now. The last time I saw it, it was around 60 something, and the answer now is 83. Crazy. I guess it's going to 100, right? Last time I saw it was right here around $63. It's nonsensical, but it's all about the float. 652,000 shares in the float. Was there a big short position in it? Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, 13%. I mean, that's it's fairly big, but it's not like a crazy. Not like it was 40% or 50%. And I would say that a lot of people cannot short this one. I mean, I know I could. I don't think I could ever short this one at Interactive Brokers with that float. So here's another one from yesterday, guys. This had a big drop yesterday. It is trying to come back a little bit. 620. Wow, it's got room. I mean, it's got room, but remember, it had a big drop yesterday. There was a reason for it. This is a bio. Yeah, it's a bio. I think this is the one that the FDA rejected for the second time. This was yesterday's news, I believe. Yeah, after US, I think that was for the second time though, not the first time. Might be wrong, but at any rate, they rejected the drug so far in its form right now. Anyway. Okay, guys, it's now 11:40. So in probably about 15 minutes, Dan usually starts around 5 to 12. Okay, I'm just waiting for Pepe to give me the YouTube link, and I'll post that in the YouTube room also, guys, because again, he doesn't take over my stream. Okay, he starts a brand new one himself, and that is the CEO of Trade Ideas. So your opportunity to ask him questions. I am sure he's going to go over this AI assistant. I was shocked if he doesn't. And then you can ask him, well, okay, great. When is it going to be available for us? I've lost the ability to move this down and cover up, get right to the bottom here for some reason. Lost the ability. I try something here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, very, very well. I mean, it's very simple to do. I mean, it's really simple to do using this AI assistant. Just talking right in and saying, "Okay, I'm looking for this. Build me a scan with it. Here's my price range. Here's my minimum volume. I'm looking for stocks. Making new highs of the day with a relative. It's very simple to do. And what I like about it is if it doesn't understand something you've asked, it basically tells you. It says, "Okay, I don't quite understand. I need a little more clarification." I mean, it's really good. But I'm sure Dan is going to go over it. But of course, you don't have to do that. You can just take the scans that I've got. I mean, I'm sharing them all, so you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to do that. The CONL is working modestly well. Just have to keep an eye on IBIT. See, this is pulled back a little bit, but the CONL didn't have the same sort of a pullback. So it's kind of trading a little bit more on it. Well, I guess it did have the same pullback. It did have the same little pullback as IBIT. Mm-hmm. If you're loading a layout from the cloud, a layout will replace your existing layout. It's that simple. Okay. Unless you dock your layout, which I don't really want to get into it, but depends where you're trying to load a layout. Because if you load the layout, if you like where are you loading a layout from? But from the cloud, but okay, for instance here, if I click on dock channel bar, all these are layouts, okay? These are layouts right here, okay? But notice that my layout does not disappear, okay? As long as you load the layout from the, so I don't know where you getting the cloud link for this, for the layout. But there's no way around it. I mean, you can only, but pick and choose from what? From where though? You cannot have two layouts loaded at the same time, unless you loaded it from the cloud from the dock channel bar. Just the way it is. But when you say from different layouts, like where are you getting them from? I mean, is it where are you getting these different layouts? So you have created your own layouts. I see. Now there's no way around it. Well, I mean, there is, but it gets very complicated. You'd have to create docs of all your layouts. Okay. Which can get very complicated. You can go to the channel guide and look up docking. Most of us do not dock. So, but you can only have one layout loaded at a time, unless your layout is a dock layout. This is a dock layout. That's why I can load it and my layout will not disappear. Well, it doesn't matter. You can have, I can go back to the channel bar and go dock channel bar, and then I can click on another one, nuclear energy. Okay. So underneath, I have a couple of these are two dock layouts that I've got. Okay. Not I have, I loaded from the channel bar. So you can have, now it'll really slow your system down if you load too many of them. Well, you go to the guide. You can go to the guide, and it's just sort of, I call it a bit of an advanced topic, but if you go to the guide, it'll show you how you can dock. That's the only way you can have two layouts open at the same time. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the education section, go to the more info, and at the top, here's the user guide. And then here is the section on docking. Okay, there's a section on docking. And it's tricky. It's tricky. But that's the only way you can have two layouts. You can have, that's the only way you can do it. Sorry. Now my layout here is not docked, so for me to have this layout remain, I would have to load a docked layout, which is what I did from the channels. All those, that's why we created this. Okay. Before, when we just had the channel bar, which we still do, I wish they get rid of it. I always say that every time. But if I clicked on one of these channels right now, my layout would disappear. And so that's why we created the dock channel bar, because otherwise people will say, well, I disappear. I mean, you've saved it. You can always bring it back, but you cannot have it up and running at the same time. So that's why they created the dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. So now you can go through the channels, and then you can surf through them all day long if you want, without your existing layout disappearing. Well, no, you have to create docks of those layouts. Okay, you have to create the dock. Okay, you have to create a dock layout. So I showed you in the user guide where you can go. When I come back from my break, if you're still around, maybe but it's tricky because people grab the wrong thing and all of a sudden, they're it's it's free floating. But he's got to know how to create a dock layout, a dock window. Okay. See, this is I do have one. Where is it? My pre-market. I only have one. And I just use it in the pre-market, and that's it. Yeah, this is an example of a docked window. Okay. So if all your windows look like this and you created a layout with all these dock windows, then you could, you'd have to go through you'd have to create every single layout that you've got would have to be a docked. Then you could load them, and then your layout, whatever you've got up and running, as long as the dock layout is up and running, it won't disappear. I know it's complicated. And it's only complicated because, when you to try to create a dock, I mean, it's just tricky. That's all it is. It's a little bit tricky to do it. Well, that's just the way it is. IQ, you have to, that's why they created the dock channel bar. I mean, you can do it. You just have to create dock channels, or dock layouts. That's all. So for instance, here's a dock layout. Okay. This is a dock layout. I could load it and my layout will not disappear. Okay. I don't have a Dan link yet. Pepe is scouring the internet for it, I'm sure. Notice, I mean, you might have a different trading style than I do. Also, IQ, I keep the same layout all day long, so it doesn't really, like, I don't flit around. I mean, if I wanted to, and I found a layout in the dock channel bar to look at, like I do with the sector status, I go to the docked window, and whoops, sorry, not that. Yes, just take it out. You don't have to, you can just take it out of your layout. I mean, here's, this is my overall layout, but if I wanted to, I just duplicate it, or you should just be able to, yes, you can do that. You don't have to take your entire layout. So, I mean, if you've saved your layout to the cloud, or the individual window to the cloud, watch. I mean, I can load from cloud, and I can load whatever I want, the cream of the crop. That's just I can load it, and it's not, there it is. Okay. And it's not, so as long as it's in the cloud, you can just take the individual ones, take individuals from your layout, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back whenever you want, one at a time, whichever one you want. So if I wanted to say, take take the individual scans, right click. It's always a good idea anyway to do that, because you never know when you want to bring something back that you haven't used for a while. So you would right click on what, like, the individual scans or whatever they are within your layout, right click. And so I'm going to do it, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a good, because this cream of the crop, I haven't used this in years, but maybe one day I'll bring it back. And because I've saved it to the cloud, I can take a look at it. Well, it's okay to save a layout to the cloud, but you should also save, in my opinion, individual scans to the cloud, or races or whatever they are to the cloud. Because you never know, at some point you might want to take a look at an individual scan that you created a while ago. That is what I did with the daily trend reversals. I had this forever, but I just started using this a couple of weeks ago again. But I probably created this 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I really don't know when. Well, you can still save the entire layout, IQ. I mean, you can still do that, but you should save in, because what if you go out and buy a new computer or laptop and you want that layout? Then you can just, load it from the cloud. But you should also save, and this is for everybody, save individual scans that you create to the cloud, because you never know when you might want to bring that back. And simple, right click, save or share to cloud, save. That's it. All right, guys. Well, I guess no link yet for Dan. No, I asked Steve, who is pretty close to Dan, and I asked him, is he going to be doing it? He said yes. So, but I'm sure he reserves the right to not do it if he doesn't want to. Come on, Connell. It's interesting. Connell is sort of now outperforming the MSTX. This doesn't look good now for the ZCMD guys. I was hoping it would hold over the VWAP and maybe hold in the 115 level for a while, and maybe later on in the day it would pop out, but it doesn't look like it's going to do that. So now it's not a matter of, I haven't taken the trade, of course. I put a price alert around 123, see if it got there. So it's not like, oh, there we go. So there's the link. Okay, thank you, Pepe. And I hear him pounding away, and I think, okay. Just put that here. There's the link. There's a YouTube link for Dan. He's I just heard him. He's starting now. So for those of you in YouTube, okay, so if you're in YouTube right now, I just put the YouTube link in. Okay, he's starting a new stream. So that's for the CEO of Trade Ideas. So guys, we'll see you in about an hour from now. Let me get my announcement up. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, when you say s.ug, does that mean ugh? It's at $100 and you're not in it? Oh, okay. I thought, I mean, it's an ugh. I mean, down from 89 and 82, but my goodness, just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yep. I mentioned this before. I looked at this at 63. I thought, boy, it's basing a little bit, but can't do it. And 26 later, there it is. TRAS, okay, TARS. So Culpeper is short. We are short. There's your news right there. Yeah, Culpeper or Culper, not Culpeper. Culper is short. We are short Tarsus Pharmaceuticals. Okay, and of course, if you dived in to not on that one, but they would be giving the whole reason. They're giving the reasoning for why they're short. Wow. When I was on my break, guys, I saw this gem take out the VWAP, and I saw that it got halted. I thought, wow, I wonder if it's going to go. Well, yes, it did. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure this is one that I could have traded at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure if this is on their do not trade list, but all right. Now here's a Netflix two timer showing up in that scan, guys. The next high looking left is 1779. So Netflix, the stock, is up not quite 3.5%. Okay, that just showed up in the scan. Okay, at 104. What time is it now? Yeah, 105. Okay, so let's see if this works. See if there's any news on Netflix. I don't see any specific news on Netflix right now. Now, this should have run up a little bit. Yes, it did. I was watching Netflix, the stock, making a little bit of move up. So, yes, running up a little bit anyway. Good. I'm glad. I caught the tail end of it, Juan. I think I heard that him saying that this AI assistant, this build with the AI assistant in it, might be ready to tomorrow or Friday or certainly by Monday. I think that's what he said. Hoping for that anyway. And I do understand. So this AI assistant, I mean, what you guys still have is a Chat GPT. You can do virtually the same thing. It's just that this is so much easier now because it goes right in. It creates the link and goes right into a scan or right into a dock window. Then you can take it out and link and massage it. Get it maybe a little bit better in terms of a price range they might want, or and save it to the cloud and all that sort of stuff. It's going to be a lot easier for us, somebody says, create something for me, please, and then we can create it and then just send it to you. I think it was up here though, wasn't it? If click on it was up here, click on new, and then wasn't it up here? There was something up here. Maybe it wasn't here. Maybe it was in options. I know there was something you guys could use before. Maybe was it in the help? Maybe it was in the help. Oh yes. Okay. I just enabled my home. I think what did I enable? Something was coming in the background. Guys, I'm not going to say well. I mean, this scan is showing a lot of ETFs, which is fine. Okay, a lot of ETFs specifically for stocks, for company ETFs, call them. And there's just the latest for Netflix. Okay. AHMA. Let's see what this one is doing, guys. So it's getting over the VWAP right now. AHMA getting over the VWAP right now on no volume though. Just looking at, there's just no volume. I mean, there's volume obviously, but there's nothing to speak of. That's the issue. All the volume was in the first, half hour or so, or hour or so. Actually, that's wrong. This volume came in at 10:30. But anyway, you can see that where the volume came in, and the volume is really, so even though this is bursting out, looks like it's bursting out, this could be what we call a fake breakout because it's doing it on no volume. All right, this is Progress Software. Excuse me, I did see this in the pre-market. This is an earnings play, okay? Didn't really think that much about it, but look at this. So this is kind of interesting, just underneath the 40. What is the high right there? 42 or so. It's over the 200-day moving average. This is PRGS. So this is, I mean, could get interesting. It gets over 40 again. I'm going to put a price alert for 40.16. See if it gets over 40 again. I think the high today was 40.50. So it would have some room to keep running. Big thing though, it's through the 200-day moving average. Now the next high in a monthly chart is fairly close, 41.79 actually. So a couple of dollars away, a little less than a couple of dollars away. All right, guys, it is 1:12 now, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. And I do apologize. I jumped the gun on the promo codes, but they'll be alive tomorrow. So obviously, don't take out a subscription today if you don't have one. Wait till tomorrow. Dan's not listening to me, I hope. But seriously, okay. I mean, this is what it's going to be tomorrow. Okay, I was sure it was going to be today. So just wait till tomorrow. You can get 30% off a premium annual, or 25% off the other ones, the 2 monthly subscriptions or the standard annual. Okay. Keep scrolling down and you can sign up for the trade of the week, which is right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you must do is click on that more info and get to the getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started covering all the key elements of the program. And if you don't have trade ideas, before you should take out a subscription, you should learn a little bit about the product. Okay, make sure it's what you want, or it does. I mean, looking at these videos, if you start off with that second video, go to the end. That's going to give you an idea of the capabilities of the program. Okay, it still may not be completely what you want, but you can always try us for a month, and if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. But I just wouldn't, if you don't know anything about the program. And the reason I keep saying that is that so many people, and they do what I call an insane thing. They take out a premium annual subscription, not knowing anything about the program or even how to trade. That is, it's a little bit strange to me. But anyway, take a look at these videos, give you an idea about what the program is all about. Should make up your mind. That should help to make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link. Scroll down. Here they are. Custom scans. Large cap races right here. Biggest gainers. This is a volatile race. Is right here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And this is the one that I do have open. Also, you just can't see it, but it's on my other monitor, but you do have access to it, the trend reversals. And I have 4 other scans, plus this one, the upside versus downside movers, that you can take a look at. GIS might get a little interesting again, guys. I mean, it's an earnings play. It popped up, came back down, sat on the VWAP for a while, maybe getting away from the VWAP now, that purple line. 37, yeah, not too far away, about 20 cents away. So maybe that'll get it running for a while. And so if an idea, if you took this trade right now and you put your stop just a little under the VWAP, it's about a 25-cent stop. Now there's the PRGS. I just was mentioning it. I don't know what this is, guys. This MFPVV. This is it's no volume. No, well, actually, there is some volume. I guess this was this an IPO yesterday? I don't know. Very very strange looking. Doesn't look like it was an IPO. Maybe I'm just scrolling down through the news. Well, this is last month. Sorry, I don't know anything about this. Don't think I've ever seen this one. Doesn't trade very much. Now, is it going to do a crazy thing? It's halted at 35. We have a 49.80, 49.80. I refuse to believe it's going to open there. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much. Boy, that AMA would have worked. I just didn't take it. The AMA short. I almost looked at it at the 48 level, but I did not do it. Here's what I'm talking about. Go back in time. The alert was at $50. Now, before it dropped, it actually popped up, but there was the alert at 9:35, $50. And before it popped up, though, it got up to 50 or made its way down. It did move up to $54 and then hit that alert. I should have put a price alert right there again at the 50 level. And man, nice move down, $3 move and continuing down. This is an ETF for a MAT. Excuse me. So a MAT, the stock is down 10%. I think, maybe an unwritten rule about these reversals. If a stock had a horrible day yesterday because of bad news, which the NC did, these bounces are a little more suspect. If a stock was down because the market was down, it was, didn't have any specific bad news, then it's doing the bounce. I think I'd rather pay attention to those rather than trying to play a bounce on some stock that had horrible news the day before. I'm going to take a look at that two-time ETF winners. I want to see this one again. So this is Reddit. Boy, there are a lot of them for this. There's a lot of ETFs for MSTR. There's at least 3 we know of now. This is the same as. And what's the volume like in this one? Yeah. Definitely not the one to do. I mean, only 148,000. I mean, the other one, the MSTX was way more. Here's another. Well, they're all company ETFs. My goodness, look how many alerts there are in here. That's ridiculous. It's just about every. Well, I can understand new high, new low, and the pre markets. Yes, all the other ones though. BSP, okay, I'll take a look at that one. BSP, not showing up here. Okay, so just opened BSP. Oh, it's been open for a while. Okay, wonder if it opened. Priced at 29. So at least, okay, so at least this is bending spoons. What is this? Mind melding? Remember that? Who was that? Kreskin? Was it Kreskin? No, was it Kreskin? Amazing Kreskin. Wasn't he some guy who said he could bend spoons with his mind? Anyway, opened it. It was priced at $29. So right now, as we speak, this is a decent IPO because it's well above the IPO price. Where would I take a short on MU if I were shorting? Okay, that's a question from my YouTube room. Where would I take a short of MU? Well, I mean, it's underneath that whole number of 100. I mean, that's a. I'm sorry, it is not. I'm sorry. I was looking at I was looking at this. Boy, it's $1,000. Wow, that's an expensive stock, of course. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, to me, it's just sort of meandering around right now. I mean, the trend is down, yes, but I don't have a sense for it. I mean, there's the VWAP. Maybe if it got closer to the VWAP and see if it got rejected, and then so if it gets close to the VWAP, see what it does there. If it gets close, and then if it doesn't go through, acts as resistance. Maybe try to short it up in that area. But this is out of my element really to try to figure out where I would short MU. And where is the VWAP? The VWAP is at 1,068, and this is at, so you're talking about another $14 or so. I wouldn't be using the wave in this case. I mean, I'd be looking more at the VWAP. But again, I don't have any. I mean, the VWAP is the VWAP. So I mean, whether you're looking at a 15 or a 5 minute chart, there's the VWAP right there. I would probably see if it got close, and then that would act as. And if it doesn't get through, then that acts as a resistance, and maybe take the short up in that area. Right now, in my opinion, you're just sort of guessing. It's trying to come back a little bit. You can see in a 5 minute chart, the wave has turned blue. On the 15, it's still orange. Uri Geller. You're right. It was Uri Geller. He was the guy. I think Kreskin was supposed to be like a mind reader. LLY. What about LLY? Okay. So again, are you talking about shorting? The same sort of thing, though, isn't it? I mean, it's popping into the wave and it's trying to come down, but there's the VWAP. I mean, if I really, boy, these are expensive stocks. 1182 for Eli Lilly. Um, I would probably want to see if it could, get back up into the VWAP. Right now, you're kind of chasing it down a bit, in my opinion. Now you got a ton of room on the weekly chart. Got about $100 on the weekly chart to the next low. You got a lot. It was probably the same, not quite the same on the daily. So there's certainly room underneath. There's no question. There's room underneath for a short before it hits those next lows, which could act as support. But I mean, it's been up and down, up and down, up and down. Is it now? Are we finally in a trend that's going to keep going down? I mean, I don't know. But a lot of people will just wait to see if it get these sort of stocks like close to the VWAP. And if they don't, then you just forget about it. You try to find and you sort of get a stock that getting close to the VWAP and watch what happens. See if it's rejected. And of course, if you waited on that, I mean, listen, it may keep going down now, and maybe now's the time to short it. But if you waited and it did get close, then you're going to get a far better price to short it, aren't you? But that might be just a 10-minute pull up, and maybe it's going to keep going down. But I don't see the big edge, other than the fact that it's got a lot of room underneath. Anyway, getting back to bending spoons, BSP. Let's take a look at this thing. Who is behind this one? Was this a real IPO? And the answer is yes. So here it is. Who is behind this? Wow, some big guys, obviously. Look at this. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Allen, Wells Fargo's, Jefferies, Evercore, Mizuho. A lot of big names behind this one. Obviously out of the US. So, yeah, you can read all about it right here. Incorporated in the Republic of Italy. Really? You're right. Italian flag. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Hmm. Well, in situations like that, Stellar, though, you could just put price alerts around the VWAP and then just forget about it. If it doesn't set up like that, then you just forget about it. I mean, if that could be your like a style of trading, right? Finding the stock that is been beaten up a bit, then bounces up into the VWAP, but doesn't take it out, and then makes the move down again. So all you'd have to do in those two cases is you don't try to guess what's going to happen. I mean, it's still just because a stock gets into the VWAP. I mean, this is moving. It may not get. I mean, this may be one that's all it took. a little bit of a pop up, didn't get that close to the VWAP. But then you just have to say to yourself, oh, well, but you could put a price alert in the VWAP area. Just, I'll use this Lilly as an example. Put a price alert in the VWAP area. Yes, the VWAP is a moving line, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you just say, okay. I mean, move on. But okay, you wouldn't, in this case with Lilly as an example, if you find the stock like this that has a lot of room, you've maybe I don't know how you found Lilly and the other one, but you just quickly eyeball it and you say, okay, that is interesting, a lot of room underneath. Do I wait, for a move into the VWAP? If that's your style, then you say, okay. And if it doesn't, listen, if it just keeps moving down without getting close, I mean, you just have to, you just deal with it. I mean, what was the other one? Micron. Okay. So Micron, oops. Micron did not have as much room on a percentage basis. I mean, you're talking 1050 down to 1023 on a percentage basis. Now, I don't know how you're playing these. I don't know if you're finding an ETF for it or you're playing options on it. Don't know how you're doing it. That's an expensive stock. And when you got that suggestion from Grok, what was the price? Are you talking? Was it just recent? I'm talking to Stellar in our YouTube room. So it was way up here. I mean, I don't know, 1183 to 1195. So I don't know when that was. That was not today. So that would have been yesterday or wait a minute. Certainly that wasn't today. Wasn't yesterday. So it would have been this day. It would have been. So that was an idea, what, 4 days ago, 3 days ago then. Oh, that was for Lilly. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, okay. So right here, 1183 to, okay, well, I mean, I can see what happened. It sort of moved up into this area here. Well, all you can do is try it. I don't know how often you've used that, call it the method. Guys, the Netflix is not, I mean, it's no rocket ship, but it's giving me a little bit here. The NFL, and it's not Netflix, right? This is the ETF, two-time ETF for Netflix. Well, you should try it. Just see what happens. Okay. Now, how are you trying to trade it though? Are you trying to use options, or are you actually trying to going to buy the stock? I mean, that's an expensive stock. I don't know how many shares you're going to take, but okay. As long as Netflix keeps moving higher, the NFXL will continue. Options, okay. I wonder if I should just turn this into an ETF one because I mean, look, these are all okay. Here are the ETFs. Okay. Now, admittedly, AMA, that was a challenge at the beginning, but this is $50. It is now 46.50. Okay. CONL, the alert was at 446. We're at 530 now. MSTX, we know the story in this one. This is the one I took. 793. I wish I was still in it. We're at 931 now. This is not an ETF. This is another ETF, BMNG 981, 1079. This is another ETF for coin, really. I don't know what this one did. COIG, $5. I mean, it's up, but if you're already taking this one, I wouldn't do this one. And then the NFXL, 16. I mean, these aren't bad. Like, not just not bad. They're awesome. These are all just ETFs for the specifics for this specific company. What is the next high on ALDX? And the answer is, well, on a monthly chart, certainly it's got a ton of room. Okay. But there could have been a day within this month. So this is back in March of this year. The next high is 574. Probably what I would do is back this out a bit. And on the daily, on the weekly chart, 448 on, I mean, if you want to, you can, you back out the daily chart too. So I don't typically do that. I just rely on the weekly. But yeah, 441. 441. So we're at 251. So 441 is the next high on the daily chart also. Not seeing this one anywhere. Where am I? Yeah, I'm not seeing this one for some reason. I would have thought it might appear in the race. It was in the race. Okay. Didn't win a race though. Okay. Was in the race. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if a person had seen this right down here, sitting on the VWAP and then taking it on the VWAP break, you're riding it, right, and then here, here is where it got dangerous. Now, so if you got it, yeah, see, there's where it gets a little dicey because you're in at say 221, 224, and then all of a sudden this happens. And you think, is that it? Is the big rug pull going to happen? So you certainly get out of something here. Maybe not all. In this particular case, yeah, that would have been wise not to get it all, but you never know. I mean, this could have just kept moving down, down, down. Like, that's a big piercing of the wave. Mm. I heard Jem. I have text to Foy's, and I thought, wow, last time I saw Gem was on $11. So here we go. Big drop now. Yelp, a small pop on news. Okay, Yelp. Small pop and a drop. What was the other one? The culp or culper. What was that one again? I can't remember the symbol. TARS. Thank you, TARS. So what has happened to TARS? Well, I mean, yes, it had a bounce, but it's still underneath the VWAP. Underneath the VWAP, will that hold it? Will that act as the resistance? Or the power of these short sellers? Because they're in this before, they're in this before. It's not like they're just taking their short position after they make that announcement. They're in this one before. Here's another one. I forgot to mention this one. I mean, this is another ETF, guys, on the short side. So remember, if it's in yellow, it's a suggestion to short. If it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. These are all ETFs. So another one, $60. We're talking 57.76. Now, how would I create a scan? I should ask AI assistant. I don't know how well known they are. I know you've mentioned them a few times in the past, but I mean that's pretty weighty. I mean, to knock a stock down 10%. Well, not the day of though, Stellar. I mean, I'm only talking about trading these on the day of. Okay, I'm not talking about holding them and allowing any decay or whatever. I'm only talking about trading them on the day of. I don't think there's an issue on the day of. Now that is something. How would I turn this into an ETF only? I mean, I know how to get rid of ETFs. There's the hack. How would I turn this into an ETF only? I mean, it's not a big deal. Don't get so many alerts. I mean, I know when something is a stock and when it isn't, but hmm, I don't think there's a way. I mean, obviously, I could have symbol lists and with ETFs, but the problem with that is I don't know. Like some of these are just not necessarily in the symbol list. That would be the ideal situation, but I'm not. But I don't think we don't. I don't think we have every single company ETF in a symbol list. I don't know how that's getting updated. Halted on the way up. LHAI. Okay. Well, maybe this will have that late day movement. Yeah, you're right. It's near the high right there. The high is just underneath two. It looks like. Yeah, 195. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, this is an AMA. It's down 11%, call it, and the stock is down. Sorry, down 22%, and the stock is down 11%. So that's all I'm looking at. Stellar. So if I look at a mat, just want to see. I mean, to me, it's virtually the same. Just just a heck of a lot cheaper. I mean, that's the whole idea of these. I mean, typically they're just way, way cheaper than the stock, unless you're trying to do it with Micron, which is doesn't seem to have a cheap one. Unless you want to do the bear for mud. I don't think they have a cheap. I don't think they have a cheap. So if you wanted to short, I'm not saying hold this, of course. But if you wanted to short Micron, there's a way to do it. Plenty of volume. It's only one time. So if Micron moves down 1%, this should move up 1%. So Micron, the stock, should be down about 4.5%, or a little over 4.5%. I'm sorry. No, it's the same. It's a 1-for-1. Excuse me. It's a 1-for-1. So a lot cheaper, though. All right, guys. Well, it is now 1:53. So it may be close to somebody asked about this earlier, RYOJ. All right, guys. Are there getting close to 2 o'clock? I'm just wondering, any more questions coming in? I'll always stay later if there are questions. Boy, some of these, look at these, some of these moves, guys. AMTM, look at these moves straight down, from what time? 1:05. What time is it now? So about a 1 hour straight down, no green whatsoever. Or look at Bed Bath and Beyond, almost straight up. All I'm doing is just looking at the bouncers toppers. So remember, one of the to get the alert, it has to be up at least 5 consecutive 5-minute candles in a row, or down at least 5 consecutive candles in a row, at least. Other filters in place also, but that's why we're getting these moves. Qualcomm, okay. QCOM popping. Wow, no kidding, popping out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Volume definitely came in 184 to 190. That's a big move. Yeah, big move. Even for a stock with a billion in the float, that is a big move, big percentage move. Don't see any news either, William. I'm looking at my news headlines. Yeah, there is a bit of a disconnect in the market. The SPY's up. Well, SPY's basically flat. The Dow's up a little, but the Qs, SMH must be getting hammered again. Yeah, wow, down 5% now. The semis. Last time I looked, they were down about 3%. So yeah, the semis getting hammered. Aha, so this is the okay, it doesn't trade very much, but this is the China semiconductor ETF. Dip buyer, Dip buyer is asking you a question. If I give him today's cloud link for the for Dan's YouTube, is that good enough? Will that actually show the other ones in the past? Definitely can give you today's, and that should show you all the information about today, plus the chat messages. Oh, really? Did not show the chat messages. I see. Well, then I don't know. That I don't know. I'm surprised. Okay. I know I'm not Pepe, but okay, as Pepe is saying, there's a delay of a few hours before they show up. Okay, so there's your answer. I mean, it didn't make any sense that you could not see the chat messages at some point, but I didn't think that they'd be delayed. Boy, Clag continues. Boy, what's happening with Clack? So the idea then would be, to take a look at the stock and see what sort of news there is. Is this an earnings play or what is going on with Clack? This is just okay. It's a semi. Okay, that's why. But I mean, the semis are down about 5%. This is down 12%. But look how expensive it is compared to Clag. It's about so you can short this one. Not very many shares available. I have to admit, though, not very many shares available at Interactive Brokers. The nicer thing would have been if there was an ETF, a short ETF for this that you could buy. But I'm just finding that there is, whoever's creating these, in this case, it's I don't know who's creating them, but in this particular case, be it Granite or whoever, they're not making the short ETF, so you could buy it if you thought the stock was going to go down. There's just not a lot of them. So the QCOM news is out. So QCOM or SpaceX is going to use their chips on their new AI device. Yeah, this is it. right there. Jumps after Wall Street Journal says SpaceX prototype features Snapdragon. Okay, here's your news. What time did you get that news, William? I just want to compare. This is my IB headline. So it would have hit at 158, 158 right here. So basically the same. So I think IB's headline news is darn good for something that, just comes with the service. I'm not saying it's instant like whatever William has, but it's pretty darn good. Oh, and 155 for Thinkorswim. So even earlier. Interesting. You're saying that, dip buyer. So that is a typical ETF though, the Round Hill Magnificent Seven. So they charge you $50 on top of whatever commission, or I don't think IB is charging for these company ETFs. I don't think so. But I'm talking about I mean, that's not a company. Well, I suppose it's the Magnificent Seven, so the basket of those seven stocks. But I'm wondering. I don't think they're charging. I just have to check my P. No, they're not. My P&L does not reflect any sort of additional charge on buying an ETF, a specific ETF, or like a company ETF. That'd be brutal if they did. How about a company ETF, Dip? Are you sure? Or do you know that, or would you know? Because there's so many of them now. In other words, is it every single ETF? And they're not making a distinction between, the normal SMHs, things like that, versus a company ETF. Because that's okay. I'd be really surprised if they started charging for the company ETFs. I mean, it's bad enough they're charging you just for a normal, we'll call it a normal ETF, but I saw this one early in the day. This is one of those blank check companies, RAAQ, right at the high of the day now. So let me understand it. Dip by you're saying so. For instance, do you have the list? I mean, with SMH, what I mean, some of the big ETFs be on there, like SMH. They're going to charge you $100 just to trade it, and then plus whatever commission they charge. That's so CELZ is perking up a bit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so they're punishing these ETFs that do not pay Fidelity a direct asset-based fee to support their ETFs availability. Oh, I see. It's 5% of the trade value capped at 100. Well, some of them are pretty obscure. Well, I mean, I get, granted, I don't know. So it's not like these are big ITF or ETFs, I guess. But there's a magnificent, but the Magnificent Seven is there. Okay. I'm just looking to see what, and there's that new one, the DRAM, the Round Hill memory. So like Round Hill is being punished. Well, in fact, it's all Round Hill, isn't it? And some Siren. So it's not the major ETFs, but still, they are punishing Round Hill for sure, all the ones that they've created. Not just Round Hill, but there's a ton of them. Hmm. Or, well, this is bad, but it's not as bad as I thought. I thought they were going to charge you some kind of a fee, or yeah, or not paying them for the privilege of carrying them. All right. Well, I don't have to worry. I don't think they're doing anything with these company ETFs. At least Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Speaking of which, there's the AMA making another little move down. Boy, what a short. Well, I'm glad there's a full day tomorrow now because I'll be almost completely uh, looped in or tied into these ETFs if they show up. This is a big day today. You don't normally get so many. I don't want to do that. It is a full day. It is a full day. That website that I went to is not correct. Gemini was correct. I just can't chase these down, but I mean, they're so wonderful. Now, admittedly, this one is a little bit spready. 36. Well, that's actually the spread just tightened a bit. 36.51. It's not horrible for us for a $50 stock, but now it's widening. But if it's going to drop $2 or $3, that won't matter. Big sigh. Take a look at this IPO. Still pretty strong. Priced at $29 a share. So it's so far on its first day anyway. I mean, it's pulled back from the high here, but on its first day, at least it's over the IPO price. Okay, so this is an IPO really. What it is, it's S&P Global completes the separation of Mobility Global division. So the new public company trading as MBGL starting today. All right, guys, are there any more questions? Thank you, Faith. Okay, guys. Well, as we found out, tomorrow is a full day. So I'm going to shut down our YouTube room right now. See you guys tomorrow at around 9.